up. Alright, let's continue on with the MSQ. No unsettling change has come over Charlian, but together we will define the underlying cause for the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the Council's directive is a fruitless endeavour. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlian's archive of historical records for any hints of a connection to the final days. Hold on, I just want to get some water. Alright, got water. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let's reconvene outside the Menon. No. None. Exit the annex to the right and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Alright, thank God you stay there. Hunts. Probably unlock that. Wait, what? Oh. NPCs haven't loaded in. Do my eyes deceive me, or are you him? Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. Ha! I knew it. I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship's top hunter now, eh? Wait, you have heard of guild ship hunts, yes? They are not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Ailsa, as I understand it. I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you would not. Pray seek North Odar, the very style to register your interests at your earliest convenience. What am I doing? Aye. North Odar. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? The scholar, you're him? I was half convinced I'd set the others to an impossible task, asking them to find you. The Gleaner's skill chip has begun posting hunt builds, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals will take up arms to line our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair police are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You need work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative. So you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as Gil. So Gleaner is what we're getting. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half the creatures they send you after. I find it's best not to worry about that overmuch. Slay bees, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples, and get paid. Simple, no? Also, I just realized she's in like full Shire gear, which makes sense, you know? It's in the tank, but I don't see one-sided cloak. That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's have you start with some junior marks so you can get your feet wet. Wet. Cool. Yeah, it's the same thing as fucking Hans. Sure, why not? Let's accept it. Our directions are easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Menon, Charlene's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is this building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. For the archives of Menon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Google Library pale in comparison to Menon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizens of Charlene is free to enter and pursue its shelves, while most of its shelves only archons afford access to certain restricted vaults. Ooh. I've dispatched Yustola and Rahan to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alizé and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlene history or foreign policy. The task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Oh, far out. Let's be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading. So this place was in the cinematic trailer. Hold on. Title on the spine reads the story of Charlene. Roads of all the colony. Voice of a growing city. That may. An introduction to the heavens. For over 20 summers, nope. Stewards of Wisdom, yeah, that's definitely one of them. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Yungkramph, founder of Charlene, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. Charlenes took to heart the words of their savior and thenceforth serve as stewards of wisdom. On a foundation of accumulated knowledge, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading, with knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops, engineering brought wells and sewers, endless squabbles over water. Ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. Fuck reading. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlene would live by their founder's teaching. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war and with knowledge deliver the world. Eschew. Not eschew. Long, long ago, on an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a Rogadan man named Oh, he was Rogadan? Okay. Yungkramph. Yungkramph. Kramph? I don't know what's silent, but I'm going to say Yungkramph. Was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions will soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was the... Oh, this guy built the fucking ark. Yeah. Because this was just before the Great Flood. And so this guy made Noah's Ark, essentially. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for the imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Yungkramp's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger has not passed. towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Neon Cramps wove in a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship. But so that's how that oh god, that was like, why the fuck is it like in Alamigo? Boom, there it is. The fucking he teleported the entire arc and its people on top of Abalthea's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them. It was not long before disputes over the dwindling supplies of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Noon Cramps gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddening peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Charlene we live in to this day. Well, well, well. Possibly that. In the years which followed the founding of Charlene, civic policy and other matters of import were dedicated by the at Ecclesia? The Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. The various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the sixth astral era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlene would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Jesus Christ. Thus was the forum as we know it today conceived and created. Oh. Please be voiced. Please be voiced. Please be voiced. Sorry, were you waiting long? Yeah, I was fucking waiting. Oh. I wanted to make sure I'd borrow at least a few promising volumes. Alpha and Cryo should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no tiles in the Archon stacks mention the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant terms. Even that. As present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the States, plenty of comfortable places to read and ready supply of hot tea, but you know, disarmed. So I was always quite fond of reading outside, but it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphinaud and I were returned to Charlian, we would not be be allowed across the threshold. Jesus Christ, I can't read. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day. I'm certain of it. What of you, Graha? Have you have you have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlene, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Isilbad. In fact, for generations my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnia. The Allegans founded a city in that fertile land and by ship brought the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. What are you talking about? No, he's not talking about Mericidia, so this is a place called Corvos. Of course, the massive earthquakes. Also, you probably didn't realize it, but Eternal Wing is playing right now. If you don't know what Eternal Wing is, it's the Shadowbringers. It's part of the Shadowbringers full song. Also, it's from Final Fantasy 3. So I'm assuming Eternal Wings is Graha's main theme or main song. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still live in Corvos bravely. Yeah, no, he is talking about Mericidia. It must be a place in Mericidia called Corvos. My ancestors, however, choose to remain, and they might prevent the remnants of elegant technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Gallian rule? The past 50 years, yes, some semblance of local culture remains. Wait, what? Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Galma renamed the region Locus Amanus. Dude. Okay. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. Interesting. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family. The nobles of House Darnus. Darnus is... oh fuck, I forgot your name, but the White Raven, isn't it? Nail Van Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated singular interest in elegant civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices has been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the elegant eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. The of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties with the knowledge and traditions of Ally. As the last child born with the elegant eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as Charlian citizen. We never even considered Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Damn, that's fucked. He said it was like 50 years ago, right? What was the date in the Reaper quest line? Was it 50 or 80 years? No, it was like she said like 5 generations or some shit. Or was it 8 generations? So it's possible that that my Reaper teacher may or may not have set foot in. Well, I mean, she did set foot in Locus Amonis, but Amoenis, but yeah, interesting. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis, well, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common amongst Charlies than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. With a sufficient perspicacity, sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even learn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Yeah. Another good reason to get the bottom of this foreign stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books. More companies should be arriving at any moment now. Already ties into the Reaper storyline. Oh my god, people, put away your fucking pets. Cringe. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Crow has already flickered through every history book devoted to disasters and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on umbral calamities as well as articles written by prominent foreign members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days come from an unexpected source. Yeah, like a Asian or something. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? Yeah, sure. I'm the one who I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarat firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. That's when I come in. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Um, I was technically both for these two, but I'm pretty sure that creation match. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing the powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. I mean, do we really want that sort of power in this world, in this realm? To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Ishtola summarizes that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was that what else of note to which herald the approach of the final days? Um, yes, uh the Amarantians spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. Again, both options are correct, but but it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes were preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually, it resonated all across the star, and not even Amaranth was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say, to be considered the harbinger of doom. It must have been quite distinctive and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of the Nomenon's mammoths and ask if after any books which mention such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this? Well, they summoned Zodiac. Yes, with the Lord serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. Yeah, yeah, poor Elidibus. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. And once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Heidelin. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telephoroi truly mean when they speak of bring back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magic? Possibly. Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? Sigh. But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Stola, but this time we begin studying these research papers. Ishtar. Alright, Ishtola, please be voiced. Back of you. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search for the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Garen oracles. The Garen oracles. Okay. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that type was deemed apocryphal apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It's even less likely that knowledge of the unsunder world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortunal with knowledge of the Telephoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. So we just go get it then. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading, Judy. Whatever they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Oh god. Alright, time to read. More reading. I'm hanging out with a bunch of fucking nerds and not my bros. My bros just want to fight. Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Nope. Then day was well spent. Should you wish to read them? Nope. A memo at the references will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Yeah, I mean, Alice says he's getting fucking tired. Be right back. You go to the toilet. Alright, I'm back. Ready for a tea break? No, I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to be calcified if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down the harbour, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to the coffee. Oh hell yeah, let's go. Real quick. This. There you go. What the oh, yeah, this is, sightseeing log. Beg pardon, good sir. I could scarce help but notice the sightseeing log on your person. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer my niece wrote about, would you? Oh, clean water. Ah, so it is you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Babeth Ironheart, Lilith's aunt and seasoned explorer. Aunt? Hell yeah. Be dear and hand me that log of yours. Lilith told me all about how she helped you embark on exploration of your own. So it's only right that I share you some wisdom of my own. Where the fuck does she have like demon nails on? Let me see here. Oh, I can't forget to mention that. And got some fucking harpy claws. You should be all set, dear. I've jotted down everything I've ever heard about the most remarkable vistas the realm has to offer. Of course, a few notes I've shared are naught more than rumors, some describing locales so fantastical that I can barely believe they exist. But as I always say, the true joy of exploration lies not in the destination but in the journey. Go forth, dear, and see what sort of journey these hints take you on. That sightseeing look of yours won't fill itself, you know. You must be level 80 or above. Yeah. Also, something I should really do while I'm at it. Yeah, set home point for the time being. Wow. Hmm. As busy as ever, I see how very shyly that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this round gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telephoroi. Might even learn something new with a try, don't you think? I was gonna say, can Elise accompany me now? Hell yeah, let's go. RP walk, let's go. Wait, what? What? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look somewhere else. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telephoroi. These enemies of peace have promised to to an end to all we hold dear. And wait, you're that House Levier girl, aren't you? And this man with you is obviously a foreigner. I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. It was foolish of me to expect an ounce of chivalry from from one who, from one so enlightened. Come. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telfer ride and their unconscientious plans. My goodness, if it isn't young Miss Livia, my apologies, but I work in the offices of the forum. If a word reached Master Fortunal that I was helping you. I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. I legitimately thought that said Dicko for a second. I'm like, oh, Dicko. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dicko, the owner of the Lost Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the state. So this guy practically dropped out of fucking college and started a cafe because he was over having shitty, bland fucking food. It seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alfredo had set sail for Asia, but then you never came back. Lily, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? No, Dicko. It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levia. No matter how discreet Master Fortunal may have been, news of your family doings never stay secrets for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlene has the answers. Tell me, Master Dicko, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? Why the fuck would he know? What? Like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons seem to patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlene, aren't you? Then if you will know your face, we should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversations while you're settling down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. Oh shit. Tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. Okay, hold on. So tea set, water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Grisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. behind them, you should see a Makote gentleman. He ordered an oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, okay, we can just ask. Cool. Alright, I can take off. I'll be walking. Oh, my tea set lovely, thank you. Tell for who? I'm sorry, but I've never heard of that or the final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th astral area, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Please don't. Finally, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in, no time to waste. What? The Telfaroid? Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. For God's sakes. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days, that's the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be busy time to be a gleaner. Hmm? You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlotte. Priceless books, unusual life specimen, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers. So named for the folk who trail after the reapers in the field, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telfaroid make good on their audacious threats, then many uncallogled rarities could be forever lost. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing around in such a frenzy? Which watch the harbour and you'll see what I mean. They're cutting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Interesting. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Yeah, we got a few things. Interesting. They seemed unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dicko had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the forum does have secret knowledge, then they have done an impressive job of pursuing no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Let's enjoy a drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from gossips and the wagging tongues. Yes, this should do nicely out of the wind and out of sight. Please be voiced, I beg of you.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait, didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go ahead to Nomenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dicko will want his cups back. Welcome back. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not just that. Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating, turned up information on the Gleaners. Makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaners traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan put into motion. Overarching. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Yestola observed earlier, Menon's archive appeared to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what he and Alice learned at the last end, we can be reasonably sure that most Charlians know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the left right is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the states, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. Do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities in service to the forum's secret events. So what are we going to do about it? Just bust in? In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we are lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. Oh. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there. I'll show you where the entrance is. Ready? Labyrinthos isn't too far from here, but you'll find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead. Stay close. Off we go then. Can I just... No, I can't. Shit. I'm frolicking in the fields with my daughter. Oh shit. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the sharp back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. I've not been to Labyrinthos in the longest time, even as assumed my visits were few and far between. You didn't take a wrong turn into the restaurant there, did you? I doubt the forum would take kindly to you barging into a private session. How did the forum learn of the final days, and exactly how much do they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answers to at least one of those questions lies below. We're here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permissions for our group's descent. Right everyone, onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
The northern empty labyrinthos.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then. Ugh. Did you call to me just now?
No.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
Yeah, sure.
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Alright, be right back. I think that's all I get. I'm back. Alright. Oh. Cracking a cold one. Oh. You are here to help or give me more headaches because you don't have the look of a cleaner and I'm in no mood for idle chat. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have to, I have a pack of mammoths running loose. Kill? Nay, I'm not shirking my duties. I've not been down here in an age and wish to get my bearings before we went bumbling about. From what I can see, however, there is naught obviously out of place. It seems we shall have to resort to discreet inquiries as usual. Excuse me, are you a gleaner? If you don't mind, I have some questions to ask. Fascinating, but could we get back to what you were saying earlier? Where's Graha? Wait, no, Graha isn't here. Let me think, let me think. Let me think. The reseed should be item 1085, the coming seeds. 1059, snowball berry 1060. Were they 1061? My head feels like stuff with mercury grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Coethan carrots for Giribanya carrots? What then? Fuck do I know? The cum seeds. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling bulks and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Okay, Dobbin. Every decade or so, they take stock in labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never needed an operation like this before, though. They did this one a few summers ago, even. And with no warning, all this mess gets. Wait a second. They did this one a few summers ago. Now, they didn't give us a specific. They didn't give us a certain number, but he may actually be referring to Dalmud. What was that one again? 7th Unbull Calamity? 6th Unbull Calamity? Then with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped into our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know what the reason. Could it be that change in the layout? Dude, okay, so I'm taking a wild guess and knowing, and I'm gonna say that the forum knows specifically when a calamity is going to happen. Because if he's telling the truth, then he's definitely talking about Dalamud. And the final days is supposed to be calamity of all calamities, essentially. So yeah. Any luck? So this grand operation began without warning. And for can you not? For every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. I will explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the former is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Are we just not gonna talk about what Dolben just fucking said? We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. Your game, I have an idea. I have to get on my knees just to see her. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about scared marmots? Oh, marmots, not mammoths. Yeah. The fucking squirrel things. Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creature, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunt. Are we really just gonna ignore what Dolben just fucking said? No, I'm serious. Are we really just gonna ignore what he just said? You wish to help me find the marmots? I've nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name is Aaronville, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimen. That said, the capture of these Nagsian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they called them. For a mercy that there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack, gently of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search for the surrounding forest. Beyond God, there are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot or you. Yeah, you don't need to worry about that. I'll search for the trees on the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Jesus fucking Christ, what the fuck is that? Roll. Okay, so there's like 3 ether eyes. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm just snacking right now. Oh. Hydration check. Alright, what the fuck am I doing? Come here, you little shit. Troll. Squeak! Yeah, squeak this retard. Oh, would you look at that? He's got a little ponytail. Yep. Rat sack. Squeak, squeak. Ooh. Ether card. Did you track down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for? Yeah, I got the wand. That's the on moment out. Wait here a moment while I pull your friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the moment seemed to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them up. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity. The same officials who've had us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the Forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. Consumption and easy to breed, huh? I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are. Is this the gleaner you mentioned, the one who was looking for lost moments? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Carl, the students of Baldessian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the forum decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That's why we've made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hoped that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Are there animals to capture and enclosures to empty? Once again, I am sorry that I can't offer you more of your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend yet? I mean, it's the forum, that's confirmed. So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after Telepheroids made that chilling declaration. So they clearly know what's happening and when it's going to happen, like a very precise understanding of when things are going to go down. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners kept abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. As I am inclined to trust you that the calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive reconstruction of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Yeah, this plan was long in the making. They were but waiting the right time to put it into effort. The Telepheroid's declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzles we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to Archeon? From there, we can reach the lower. Well, it's just her, not me as well. Ryan, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left. Yeah, sure. I'll be right back. Actually, no, fuck it. Um, Nothing will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. You follow the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse or marmot, was it? Just the trolls you need to watch out for. Alright, be right back again. Alright, back. I really should pick up all the side quests so I can just have that extra, because I don't think just doing MSQ is gonna give me enough EXP just to go to 90. Uh, Oh, bless me. Well, clearly that one's broken. Ooh, there's a fate. Oh, there you are. my god, they're beating my ass. Damn, boy. You only died to mobs. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Alright, fate's everything. I should be doing that. Wait, can I? Where is that? I don't think I can go over there. Or can I? It's most likely down there. Oh shit. Run. Oh. Don't worry about me. I'm hale and hearty. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that. Hey, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. It's the foremost material archive in Charlie. I should love to explore its treasures shelf by shelf, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. Were you calling this on your way here? The sprayers keep their air humid, so the habitat feels as close as possible to natural forest. Behold, the Archeon. As Eumonin serves as Charlene's literacy archive, so does the structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. This building you see here is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vault carved into the cliffside itself. Oh. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains physical history of Charlene's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Well, we won't learn anything of value studying out here. Let's proceed onto the main building and speak with the Sardian. Rotting logs, eh? Oh, come on. Oh, damn. The fuck is the Aether Compass one? Collection. Oh, people are doing the fate. Namazu. Yeah, sorry, I had to quickly. I think this, yeah, it's all tough. That fucking done. I didn't expect people to do this, but okay. Fuck is this place? Oh, okay, yep. Alright, everyone's done. Let's turn in, hit level 81, then change our earrings. Take my wages, damn. I truly am just a wagey, a wage slave. Okay. Oh no. Alright. And pop that and oh yeah. Yeah, would you look at that? Oh yeah. Greetings. We are here to pursue the Archean's vaults. Pursue? You are clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to these We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. As at present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Okay. Not us then, I suppose. Not us then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? The service has also been suspended. I am afraid for the time being priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our reconstructing operations is concluded. By that time, it will be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let's step aside for the moment, shall we? Students about Destian. Oh, he's gonna tattletale. He's gonna tattletale to the forum. We are at an impasse as we have no other leads. I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. We'll just jump off the fucking cliff. We have flow, don't we? The spell flow. It's likely that the people in this area are involved in the reconstructing in one way or another. We have to ingratiate ourselves. They might allow us to accompany them to the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone's in need of a few strong backs to line the load. I already just fucking did that. I literally just did that. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but it was wandering around tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal, squeal. Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. What the fuck? Anyone in here? Has to be in line of sight. Okay, that's interesting. What's that? Take you down the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. Did see a cleaner fellow heading out the gate there, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some matter of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever he is doing. Yeah. Okay, it's clearly in there, like, come on. Yeah, maybe not. Man, I must be fucking blind. Aaronville. It's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The Cloud King I need to capture is close, very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and has Christ's distinctive call. Single it out and shoot it with a sleeping dart. Oh, it's one of these mini games. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lay and wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. What do you say? It was green and it had a distinctive call. Distinctive cock. Cock.
Fair shot.
Oh shit, voice acted.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
Alright, I can finally lay back.
There you are. Any new revelations? So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
Yo!
What? Why would you say that?
Here we go.
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Again, just jump.
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Mine shaft. Buckle in, boys. We're gonna go Minecrafting. No. I never would have noticed this cave on my own. Thank the skull that Aaronville knew of it, and that you were there to persuade him to share. What do you want, Eli, huh? What's up, kitty? Want some breakfast? You ready for some breakfast? I took a quick peek inside, but it was awfully dark in there. Oh, okay, thanks. The Medial circuit, which Erenville mentioned, is the tier directly below us. Like the lowest level of Labyrinthos with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let us see what we might find. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. Or Minecraft. This fade by hear something moving within. Creatures harmed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavery and beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Man-made though it may be, this craft was designed to resemble a natural cave system. Heed Erenville's warning and do step carefully. Assuming everyone's tying their straps and check their gear, then I'd say we head on it. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Oh. The 33rd facet. Holy shit, this is a spacious cave. Come on. Mate, you missed your destination. I kind of dig this cave. It's just a nice looking cave. It's got some room. It's not claustrophobic at all. It's just like What, Eli? What do you want? Can you just wait for a little bit? Just wait. What time is it? It's only 1:15. The mine shaft was infested with miracle caps. Some sort of research project, I wonder. I suppose they are a most unusual creature. Why do they develop such a long limbs when all they do is shuffle about narrow tunnels? What the fuck? I was being careful, I swear. The slope was steeper than I thought and I lost my footing for a moment, that's all. I'm not injured. And if you don't count my pride. Hey, did you know Crow almost took a tumble back there? She can't possibly be dizzy from the lift. Yeah. She's lying, and she's probably hearing Heidelin again or something, I don't know. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, nothing of consequence at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Aaronville's assumption holds true, the specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration. And we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow a path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Yeah, you like that, don't you? Yeah. You alright there, buddy? Animals. Good. Well, then I get the feeling that we're not supposed to be in here. Oh no, all the fucking mandragoras. Bachelor here, straight mandragora, straight tomato, straight onion, straight egg, straight queen. Are they missing one? Queen, tomato, onion, mandragora, egg. I think that's all. I think that's it. Oh, garlic's up there. Corrigan, yeah, also that one. We got the entire Final Fantasy 12 boss here. I'm surrounded by fucking vegetation. Isn't that right, Eli? Grapes. Pumpkin. Now I know where we are. This is Merrill Economics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilizing foreign lands. It is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed the Labyrinthos colleagues also are here. you know, all notable successes might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It's possible they know something from the foreign planet and their underlying motivations worth looking into, wouldn't you say? What do you say, Eli? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for successful clues, useful clues. Alright, I need to go to the toilet again. Be right back. Alright, back. Oh, hydration check. Oh. I'm told that this card holds the harvest meant for the larders here, nothing out of the ordinary. Lord. There's a fate here. Shall we do that? Can we? Are we allowed to? Yes, slaughter. It took a moment to survey the surrounding area. There are several other facilities nearby we can investigate if we fail to learn all of value here. I don't see anyone doing the fade, so I don't like her name. That's a trap name, especially for me. So you spent years researching these high yield cultivation techniques? Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? Oh, don't worry about it. The Minecraft, you say? Well, you're much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us feeling orderless among long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds the coming seeds. The cum seeds. We've already thoroughly researched. That seems strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all will be revealed in due course, not the most satisfying answer. Huff huff. Do I have all to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent out via the cargo lift, but some have been earmarked for aerial transport, hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. Yeah, I bet. Oh shit. Is that a mammoth? Yeah, the puppets, the mammoths. I think they're called mammoths. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing sort of perfect. Highly surprising given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modelled, a region in the south of Isambard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Its bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvice before the Imperials renamed it to Locus Amonis. Amonis. Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strive to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents, bundles of common seeds and saplings accompanied by sheaves of reports. Oh, fuck. I can just tell. Ender lilies.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
Parasitia.
To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Oh, my toys theme.
Have you learned aught of interest? flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
I mean, we can. We just barge it in there and tell them what the fuck is going on.
Isn't that the entrance to the arcade?
I was gonna say, is that Bun Boy? And it looks like it is.
There. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
Exactly. Tell
We
them.
can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
Yeah, there we go.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Cryo? What are you doing, Cryo?
Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
You weren't even listening.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
I can almost reach you.
I think she is talking about a Heidelin. Feels wrong to spy on Erenville, helpful as he's been, but what other choice do we have? Let's get after him already. We've waited too long as it is. Forgive me, my attention has been elsewhere. We were following Erenville, aren't we? Maybe you were listening. Is Grara still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let her quarry slip away. Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside of Gion. Come. We can still catch him. Fucking rock. Lock. Okay. We've fallen too far behind, and this damn mist won't help matters. Seems Yushlada wishes to have a word with us. I can still hear it. Hold on a moment, I have an idea. Are you gonna use flow? If memory serves, the colossal-like structure is Logistic Beta, one of Labyrinth's climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the forum, it would make a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. We shall have to remain undetected. We just use Tancred's forbidden jutsu. If Graha and his Vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hoppity, my little toads. Oh, she truly is Matoya now. She just used toad on me. Goodness. Ribbit. Unaccustomed to transfiguration. Worry not, it will wear off within the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. Enchantment? And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'll be as likely to leap into the jaws of predators as you would learn anything you've known. Yeah, Ishtal wants a fucking chat with ya. Which reminds me, where the creatures were hereabouts, in this form you are essentially defenseless. Yeah, yeah. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You will return from your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to your map for your transfiguration area effect. Speak with Yashlada to restore or prolong the transfiguration. Alright. Ribbit. Alfie Turret and Ali Turret are now accompany you. Keep them in your sight. Alpha Toad and Ali Toad. You can leave your quest companions behind by entering different. Yeah. So I would have enjoyed being a toad for a little while, if only for the change of pace. But Yishlada's right, I am too preoccupied with other matters. Ribbit. Ribbit. Yeah, Ribbit. Alright, let's go toads. We are the battle toads now. Hippity hoppity, you are now my property. Oh shit. That's fine, we've got this. Yeah, we're good. Ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Afito attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he's telling you that this is the wrong way. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Alito turns to face the north, perhaps she's suggesting you cross the bridge. Oh hey, all my marks. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. We're in sync. It's great. Look at us. Oi, desu Ichiban.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Charlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Uh-oh. Cheese it.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
did you know it was us?
Frogs aren't here.
Aim to impersonate a toad. Try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Well, that as well. It would have been really funny if we just, you know, followed him as frogs. It would have been great. His little, like, toad squad. Toad performance needs work, apparently. I'll have to pay more attention to next time I see one. I suppose we should have known that a gleaner who specialized in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived, yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the forum agent mentioned. Garland has been called to action, and the Telephoroid declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is, they hope to fulfill. They deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos. Oh my god, I can't. Whatever. Not to mention ignore Aorzia's request for aid. That's very sussy. If we happen to cross paths with Erenville again, I should like to thank him properly. A guide of sorts. What duty would warrant the direct involvement of the forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Yushlad and cry out for a moment and see what they think of this. Alright, I gotta kill these fucking yaks. Nuts. Ooh. Bonus fate. Oh my god, please. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then. Yeah, where's Cryo? Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was slightly a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Carol, then discuss how we like to proceed. Assuming we find her back in the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? Entranced. The rest of us can survey the more distant areas just in case she decided to wander. Eh.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Island.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
What the fuck?
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Uh-oh. Also, I may be reaching a little bit, but I think the color of those flowers is platinum. Oh my god. Here we go.
Master Fortuno, what business has
It was
the
that
forum with us?
cunt at the counter for the elevator.
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian.
Hey, knew it.
Operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
It is not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
Okay, why?
And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Oh shit, Graha.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Alright, as I was saying, yeah, the flower's color is possibly platinum or looks platinum, and Yoshipi told us to keep the word platinum in mind when playing this expansion. So obviously that flower is gonna be very fucking important. Graha, you're okay. So there's 99 people here. I wonder if they're all gonna vote unanimously. Once again, I should say.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together.
True.
I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Good job, Graha.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates
Oh my
of the students
God.
of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Alright, I just want to quickly say something, but I think this is the first time we've seen Kryle with her hood down. I did not. I mean, I should have known she had a ponytail because Kryle also has a ponytail in FF5. I think it's FF5. Yeah, Gallo. Yeah. But I think this is the first time we've seen Kryle with her hood down. And I think it's a unique hairstyle, possibly, maybe. But yeah.
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
No, he wouldn't. Nor Louis Soir.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
Oh yeah, now everyone goes silent.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Ribbit, ribbit.
Then it seems your findings support my own.
Ooh.
The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society.
But
And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance
And so I noticed something odd.
Pray tell.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted.
Come on, say 5 summers ago. Say it.
No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony.
Oh?
The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
Wasn't that during the Allegan?
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Oh, yeah, the hinterlands. Okay.
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Okay.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
He was about to spill the beans. Seen what?
Yes, we are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival.
So you're all
What may, we shall live on. We must.
So you're all migrating to Mericidia, huh?
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Yeah, to put you on blast.
Golok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm?
Why do you look like you're from Final Fantasy 11?
By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Charlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Well then. That was certainly something. My father may be right that I'm still groping in the dark fences, but I needed him to know that I would never stop searching. I owed that much to Arenvald and myself. And gods for Scholar Monty, I absolutely loathe arguing in circles. Trial, put your hood back down. I apologize for the trouble, of course. I was pondering the significance of that I have just read as I left the restricted section and knocked over the security mammoth on my way out. I promise to be more vigilant next time. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but I do continue to claim the students as your sponsor whensoever the need arises. I believe in the guiding principle of the Science, and I know my grandfather would have as well. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations may not have been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. Yes. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn more of substance here in Charlian. I think it's time to go to Thavnia. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but That's in spite of the forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their action in plain words? Survival, come what may, is father work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? No, Alex, it is you. I bet you it's their mother. Oh yeah. When I heard you'd been dragged before the forum, I came as swiftly as I could, and I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Hey, mummy. Amelia and Slevia, at your service. And you fine people must be the sons of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here, what the fuck's he gonna do? Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking for my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortunal are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matter stands, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure what do you think? What do you think? You? What a splendid day that has turned out to be. Champion of Aoza, I insist that you join us. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Just hide us. You, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. Then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I'm sure Afno thinks nothing of it. He invited classmates over all the time, but I wasn't the most. It was a different time for me, alright? Yeah, you didn't have friends. And you clearly didn't bring a boy over. I apologize. My mother is not the one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What do you say? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it. Will you accompany us on our visit home? Frick yeah. Fine, if we're going then let's get it over with, but be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers. Thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Her room's gonna be girly as all fuck. Fuck. Everyone has things they rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherish mementos you can bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. Yeah, she's a fucking child. I mean, never mind. Levia says is that way. Straight down on the stairs. Come on. Alright, let's go, you two. When Alice and I were little, this bridge was always as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or Seven is always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. Now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. Yeah. As children, Alpha and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meeting ran along, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railings to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at the exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. I mean, it is quite a drop. Oh, Mummy. And here you are at last. Please do come in. Sorry, I was taking my children out for a walk.
Welcome home, my lady.
What? What are you gawping at? I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
Yeah, they're just getting changed into the pajamas, don't worry. So I just have a one-to-one heart-to-heart chat.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations.
Ah, okay.
Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. 'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them.
Fuck, I really should be playing as a Dark Knight for these cutscenes.
Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my
Oh,
children's
hell yeah.
return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
I'm in, boys. I'm gonna snatch your wife, boy. Ah, here we go.
You mentioned gifts. I wasn't sure what to expect.
The new outfits. I did say they were getting changed in their pajamas.
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
It looks so much better than her Shadowbring outfit.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
I want to see my boy. Wait, did he just...
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Is he already a sage? What the fuck is going on?
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
Oh my god. No way.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Yep, this is when he becomes a sage.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Ah, so he's a sage, or was.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days. As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field.
Ah.
He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
I was gonna say, is it a job stone? Yes, it is.
Told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb.
Oh my god, he is actually a sage.
That crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
Come on, unsheath your weapons.
Will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
I'm gonna hug or goodbye kiss. And how was that? Only gods know when we'll be back again. Thank you for indulging Mother's requests. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief for now. However, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. Enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Ah, shit. I only hope we can help them reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin should guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation, that it will be well equipped to plot out a next move. Ah. Don't think for a moment that I'm jealous of Alphino's new weapons. They're far more suited to him than me. We left for Asia in matching outfits, but our styles, both fashion and fighting, have long since diverged. If anything, I'm proud of the differences between us. Well, that's good. I intend to master these sage armaments. That will mean learning to imbue them with the same ether that I poured into Moonstone and Obsidian. Hey! I was going to say, what the fuck are you going to do with your Moonstone and Obsidian? There we go. He's going to channel them into these sage armaments. It's difficult to grasp the essence of such an entity. For me, it will help to think of the Neoliths as allies in battle. Simply a new form of the energy which went into manifesting my carbuncle companions. For us to feel responsible for the schisms of House Livia would be pure hubris. After all, we are merely on the outskirts of what is essentially a family affair. And yet neither can we claim the indifference of strangers. To hear their mother welcome them so warmly was a joy and a relief. As curious as I am to learn the truth of this duty, I wonder what else the Forum is hiding. A calamitous secret whose origin lies in the ethereal sea. Duplicity aside, however, I do not believe Master Fortunal means us will. Even the harsh words he had for his children stemmed not from anger, I think, but desperation. It's wonderful how the gamma given in love can so easily change one whole's outlook. I remember when I was still coming to terms with my talent in the echo, just being wrapped in the rope my grandfather gave me somehow made everything less daunting. Aw. Alright. Well, I'm gonna call it here, and next time I stream, we'll be going to Thavnia with the boys. Yeah, the boys. And this is a perfect party. Tank, healer, 2 melee DPS. Thankfully, I don't have to fight for gear with the Stinian. I mean, it's not like I'll be fine for gear anyway. Fucking, I won't be changing gear till like what, 85, 86. Yeah. So yeah. Next stream, we're going on a road trip with the boys. Yeah, thank you everyone for watching and listening, and I'll see you all next time. Goodbye, take care, and enjoy the game.